Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 14-part video series showing you how to create Marlon Garcia house. Let's get started. So let's open a new architecture template. And just a disclaimer that this is not my design, this is my buddy's design. He wanted me to do a 3D to create some images and walkthrough. So to start, let's click on GR or grid line. Let's add in a vertical grid line like this. And then after that, this is still selected. And let's copy. So let's click copy, CO, and then this will be at 7100. And then another one, let's add it at 2900. So we have a total of 10 meters or 10,000 millimeters. After that, let's go back to architecture and click on grid line again, or GR for short. Let's add in a grid line like so. And then let's double click this and use letter A. And then let's click on the grid line. So this is selected. We can now type in CO. So that's for copy. And then let's click on this multiply. So once you click multiply, we can add in, this will be 6900. And then the next one will be at 5100. So let's add in some dimension. So that you guys are aware. So like that. So we have 10 by 12 meters. And then the following, we need to click on wall. And then actually we have to escape and then go to south elevation. Let's add in our elevation first, or our levels. So for level 1 to level 2, let's do 3200. And then we could copy this and add in level 3 at 3200 as well. So let's stop here for now, and then let's just extend this. And after that, you need to go to view so that we could have the floor level number 3 showing here. Let's click on plan view and then floor plan, and then level 3 is already highlighted. You just need to click OK. So once you do, you have level 3 right here. So let's go back to level 1, and now we could create our wall. So first things first, we need to create the exterior wall. So click on wall, and then after that, it will give you basic wall generic 200 millimeters. So that's perfect, but we need to duplicate this first. So edit type, and then duplicate. Let's exchange the name, or change the name to exterior wall number 1 and then press OK. After that, we need to go to edit. We're going to maintain the thickness to 200 and then let's change this to, so for me I just want to put brick common for now. So that will be my exterior wall number 1 and then OK and then OK. So before we start, we need to connect this, so from level 1 to level 2. So we're gonna create our level 1 for now, our floor plan 1, and then let's keep it at center line. And what I usually use is rectangle. Let's click on rectangle, and from this endpoint to the next endpoint, and then press escape. Escape again. And then I want to use exterior wall again. So I'm going to click this one and then I'll use create similar. This is just a quick way of adding the same wall. So I'm going to click this, and as you can see, it points out to exterior wall number 1. So I'm going to add a wall right here. And then I'm just gonna go over this line, the grid line that we created, and then I'm gonna close it off. Later on, we're gonna put this on a correct dimension, so let's not worry about that for now. After that, we can now delete this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use TR, or you could go to modify or click this icon. That's the trim and extend. So TR for short, and then let's TR this or trim this wall. So next thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna add some walls for the interior. So let's go back to architecture and click on wall, and from the exterior wall number 1, we could go and click edit type again and duplicate this, but instead of exterior we're gonna put interior and then wall number 1, press OK, and then we need to edit. We're gonna change the thickness to 150 and then change the material. So here, let's put on clad white and then press OK. You can choose whatever you want. I just keep on changing it so that when I go to Twinmotion, I can easily reorganize everything and change the materials from there. So in this part, I just want to change it. Then press OK. And then after that, we could add in our wall. So this will be level 2 again, center line, and then now let's add it from this line. So again, we're gonna click this wall. So this is the interior wall number 1. And then we could now use this to use create similar. So now I'm just gonna add in a wall right here. And then after that, you could click this one and then we could put it at 1700 like that. Press escape. And then again, let's use this interior wall, CS again for shortcut. And let's add in for now a random dimension on this spot. And then we're gonna change it right now. So now this will be around 2600. So that's correct, 2600. And then this one should be around 2700. So as you can see, you could click that. Temporary dimension will be created, and then you could also move this temporary dimension like so that you can maneuver or change the dimension from which spot you want it. So for now, let's do that. So this will be 1800, like that. Also, once you click this one, it will be, you can change it from here. And then after that, if you click that one, it will be automatically changed to permanent dimension. So something to know. So I'm just gonna delete it for now. And as you can see, you can just keep on doing that if you want everything to be dimension. So, so it looks like everything is taking in shape. What we have to do right here is we need to go to modify and use split element or SL. So you can click this or type in SL. And then now we could slice this. And then once you slice this, you can use TR or trim and extend. So TR, and then you could trim it like that. So trim this area, and then after that, press escape to finish the command. So again, we're gonna add in an interior wall here. So click on the interior wall number 1 and then click on CS. We're just gonna add a dimension or a wall right here without any dimension for now, and then on this area as well. So now let's click on this one, and this will be 3800. So right there, as you can see, we actually put it on 3800. And then for this one, this is around 2200, which is what I need. And this one should be 3100. So we could click on this one for now. So everybody can follow. So we have 1400 from this spot. This will be like that. And then we could put this one as well and move it on the side like that. So you could follow all the dimensions that we created and the floor plan. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this modern house design. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up our level 1. So we have all the dimension right here. We put our grid lines and our walls, exterior and interior. And now we're going to continue working on this. And with this one, I just want to add in this dimension so that you guys can follow. And let's add in one more right here, like that. And why not here as well? Okay. So hopefully you guys can follow. So next thing we're gonna do is just go to architecture. Let's add in some doors. So click on door, and we're gonna add in this 762 by 2032 millimeters. So I'm just gonna add it here, and then let's add it right here. So you just need to press spacebar to change orientation and go from inner to outer. And then let's add it here as well. So spacebar to change orientation and from inner to outer as well. We're also going to add in a door right here. So we have an access from the garage or the carport. So we could add it here. And then from the washroom, we will have the door right here. And this one, both of them will be a bedroom. And this area is for what my friend marked as receiving. So we'll deal with that later on. So let's hit escape and then select this wall. What we're gonna do is we're gonna create an opening, so wall opening. So usually you just need to select this wall and it will be available under modify. So let's click on this, and then after that select the first line, which would be on this spot, and then the second line will be on this. So now we will have an opening wall here. We're also gonna add in a door to go to the outside. So somewhere right here. So from 1200. So let's add it there. And now we need to go to insert and let's load some family. So all this family are included on your Revit. So let's go to furniture and let's go to beds and let's add this embed dash box. Once you open it, you can go to architecture and then click on component. And here we could add in double, twin, or queen. So let's add a queen size bed here, like that. And then a twin on this spot. So we have our twin here and our queen size bed. Also, let's add in a closet. So what we have to do is we have to click wall and then edit type, and we're going to duplicate this. So duplicate this wall and this will be closet, and then press OK and then edit. We're gonna make the thickness to be 100 and then change this material to, let's say, let's click cherry for now. Bear in mind I just pick random materials so that once I go to Twinmotion to render this, I'll be able to instantly change the materials. So the purpose of me doing it here so that I could change it automatically, because if you just leave it as default, you won't be able to change different materials on Twinmotion. So we have our closet wall selected. So we just need to add a closet right here, like that. So after this, let's go back to insert. We're gonna load up some like some fixtures. So let's go back to Canada and then go to plumbing, architectural, fixtures, and then let's add in some urinals. So let's add in some sink. So this one, the vanity, open this up, go back to load, go to fixture again, and let's add in the bathtub. So let's add this or this one actually. Go back to load some families and go back to fixtures and go to water closets and then let's add in the toilet. So once you do load it, go back to architecture and you'll be able to click component, and then here you'll be able to select which one you need. So we loaded up a tub, which I'm gonna place on this wall, so it's perfectly snug. So like that, and then go back and let's add in the toilet, so which will be on this spot, and then after that go back again and then click component and let's add in the vanity. So click spacebar to change orientation and then let's add it like that. Let's go to annotate and detailed line, and we're just gonna add in a rectangle to represent the countertop or the work surface. So we finished the toilet. Let's finish up the beds. So here, let's add in the closet as well. And then go back to insert and then let's load in some furniture for the bed. So we could add in tables, and then nightstand. So click component. So if you load it, once you click component, that's the first thing that will be available. So something to think about. And then let's add it here. And then let's snug it there using our arrow key. And then click on component again. And we'll be able to add it another nightstand this side. Let's add the fixture there or like a lamp. So insert, load family, go back to Canada, and then so let's add in some lighting, architecture, internal, and look for lamp. So you can use table lamp. So let's use this hemispherical and then open. Similar, click on component. That will be the first thing that is available. But let's change the level. So elevation level, let's put it at 630, around 630. And put it in the middle of the nightstand. And it's looking good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load a bifold 4 panel and a 2 panel. I'll make this available on a link on the first video series of this. So I'm gonna load 4 panel and 2 panel. So once it's loaded, you can click on component and let's look for it. It's actually going to be under door. So this 4 panel, and then let's add in the 2. So click on this one and we have the 2 panel. And then let's click on the arrow key just to nudge it on the left side. So that's perfect. Let's add in more details for this. So go to annotate and then detail line, and let's change this thin lines to demolish. So let's add in some lines here like that. So that's good. So let's just finish this side. So let's go back to insert. Let's add in some furniture again and go back to Canada and then furniture, and let's go to seating and let's look for a seating that is appropriate for this spot. So let's use this sofa and this chair. Press open. So this one is loaded. You can click component and we have the sofa first. So let's add the sofa right here in this spot. So it's over. You could just nudge it from the arrow key like that. And then now we could add in the chair. So for the chair, we need to look for it. So it's gonna be on this. So I think it's gonna be very big for the area. So what we could do is we could just add this one on this spot. And then let's add this one as well. So as you can see, you could also use CS or create similar for furniture or families. So we could add it right here for now. So our stairs gonna be right here, and then we could add in some furniture right here as well. So actually let's add in one more. So I'm basically copying what my friend did. So you set it up like that. Okay. And then let's go and insert more, build family, and then let's add in a smaller chair. So let's add this, and let's add the other one as well. Okay, so go back to architecture and then component again. Let's add this chair, which is like that. And then we could just move it 180 and then go back. So around 30 degrees, something like that. And then after that, we could just mirror that using this draw axis. So we're going to mirror it like that. So let's move it like this on this area. So we could move it this. So that we don't have to see all of that. So that one is only for the dimension. So just move it from there. And then let's add in more. So go to insert, load family, and let's add in some tables. So furniture, go back, and then tables. So let's add in a coffee table. Go back. Let's add this dining oval. Go back again. So round table, let's add that. And then go back to architecture and then component. So the first one is the round table. Let's add it on this area. And then go back to component. Let's add in this, the dining table. After that, we already insert the chair. So we just need to look for it. This chair, the chair brewer. So let's change the orientation. So like that. After that, we could just click one and then mirrored axis. And then click both of this and then hold on control button and then mirror it from the line. So everything is uniform and nicely placed. Let's add in the coffee table. So we just need to look. This one is the coffee table. So let's add it here. And then let's load up the TV. So go back, go to furniture, and then let's add in the flat screen. And then go to architecture again and then click component. Change the orientation and let's add it here. So let's add in some furniture. So insert. So let's add in more like storage. Let's add in this shelving. And then let's add in the entertainment system. So go to insert again, load family, and then entertainment center. Like that. And then now we just need to arrange. So we have a nook here for some oak shelving, and then they could read here, and then we have the living area with the entertainment system or center, and then they could watch TV as well. And then we have our dining area here. Now let's finish this up with the kitchen. So let's load some kitchen stuff. Go back to Canada and then go to casework. So let's countertop. Let's choose that. We need the sink. So this one will be good. And then go to component. So we need to add it like that. We could use this to stretch. Actually, let's need to go on this side. And push it like that. What we could do is we could add in some detailed lines. So go to annotate, detail lines, and use thin lines, and then grab or click on rectangle. So let's add this. And then again, detail line, rectangle. This will represent the fridge. And then detail line again. This will represent the stove. But we need to add in more details. So click on circle, like that. Click on this and then mirror it from the line, and then click both of them together. Cancel this out. So you just need to create one and then mirror. So once that's done, let's add in some above cabinet. So we could use detailed line as well. And then this one will be the demolish, and then just a line. So we could put it in the middle of that. So we will have a broken line here that represents that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this modern house design. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the kitchen, the dining, the living room area. We also have finished the first and second bedroom, and then the receiving. We added the washroom, And now we're gonna concentrate on getting the stairs complete. So let's begin by going to architecture and then stairs. So once you click the stairs, you'll be able to add in, so base level will be level 1 all the way to level 2. So let's add in the run. So we're gonna add the run right here. So maybe, actually I just press escape, and then let's add in the run right here. So we could see that we have 18, so 9 riser created. After that, move it on the other side, and then let's finish up with the rest. So now what we have to do is we need to move this one inside of this. So we're gonna make it smaller, like so. So we're just gonna make it even. You just need to be patient. And then how about the landing? Like that. So now what we could do is click finish for now, and then we could move this one backwards like that. We're gonna change this location, so somewhere here, and then the whole stairs, we're gonna nudge it inside like so. Okay, and then after that, let's edit the stairs, and then let's edit the landing like that. There's some room here, so we could put it in room here. So good enough. We could click finish, and then of course we're gonna pull this back, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in a 2-door bifold, so 2-panel bifold. So we're gonna add a closet here that will be below the stairs. Okay, so now we have a new dimension for this area. Let's put this one in the middle, so something like that. I would also like to add in the room tag. So let's add in the tag right here. We're also gonna add it here. And then click on room separator. So press escape and room separator. We're gonna separate this. And then we're gonna separate the stairs. So now once you do that, you'll be able to click on this one for the room, the washroom, and then the stairs. And let's change the scale. And then after that, You just need to drag it a little bit so that it's readable. So this will be bedroom 1. This will be receiving. As for my friend, this will be bedroom 2. Let's move it a little bit on the side. Washroom. This will be kitchen, dining, living, kitchen. And then the stairs. So where we're able to add in everything, we can move it on this side as well. So the next step we're going to do is we're going to add in the floor. So click on floor and then edit type. Let's duplicate this. This will be floor number 1. Press OK. Edit. Change the thickness to 200 and then change the material. So let's use concrete and then OK. So let's do this. So from the corner up to here. And then we could add in this. Let's use TR or trim and extend. And then trim and extend on this part as well. After that, we will need to create this one because washroom usually has tiles. So we could just change it afterwards. So click finish. So we have this. So better yet, let's change this to this instead. After this, let's add in the another floor. So click floor 1, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 2, and then let's change the material. Let's use this one. And do it like this. Click finish, and we have that area different. And then click on floor again, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. And then after that, let's change this one to concrete lightweight. Press OK. And then this will be for the carport. Click finish. And there we go. Also, let's add in some wall here. So I'm gonna use exterior wall and then CS, and then I'm just gonna create around 400 or 500. And then in this one as well, 500 is good. And then after that, go to wall and then click on this, drop down, and then scroll down and click on curtain wall. So once we create a curtain wall, let's add in a curtain wall on this spot. Also in this area. So click on wall again. And then another curtain wall on this. Let's add it here as well, and here. So after that, we need to cut geometry. So if we look at it at 3D, the curtain wall is not visible, but you know it's there. So what you have to do is go to modify, cut geometry, and then choose the wall first, and then the curtain wall. Wall, curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, wall, curtain wall, and lastly wall, curtain wall. And we're gonna leave it for now like that. I'm gonna look at the elevation that he created, and I want to see how he wants it to be made. So let's go to south elevation, and here we can actually modify the width and then the height. So let's modify it like that, and a little bit at the bottom. Okay. You can also do it at 3D. So you can actually just move it down from there. And then after that, if you want to copy the same height as this, you could go to modify or align, AL, type in AL. So we want to copy the curtain wall height like this, and then below like that. So that one's copied. For the washroom, we could just estimate it. We know that there's gonna be a toilet, so a small window is sufficient enough. Something like that. And the one for the stairs, we could same, let's align it on this one. So I'm gonna copy this one and then align it from there. This one as well, align it there. So it looks good. So let's go back to level 1, and we're gonna stop here for now. and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this modern house design. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the stairs and we added some curtain wall, so windows on this side. Now we're gonna continue working on this by adding windows here as well. So click on wall again, and then if curtain wall didn't appear, you just need to scroll down and choose curtain wall. And then we're gonna add it right here. So similar to the other one. So let's add it here as well. And also on this area. So you can also do the cut geometry on level 1 as well. So just click on cut geometry, choose the wall first, and then the curtain wall. So like that. And then once you're in the 3D, you can always change the height. So you can orbit around by holding on shift and then clicking on the scroll button like so. And then here we could change the height. We could just pull it down like that and put it upwards like this. Now we want to align everything. So AL, that's for align. And then we're gonna copy at the top and then copy the top again to this one. And let's align this as well. I'm gonna use this as well to align the bottom. And there we go. So in terms of adding the mullions, we're gonna do that later on. I wanted to finish the second floor first before doing the mullions or the design of the window. So now let's go to level 2 and let's zoom in there. So good thing overlay for the underlay is base level number 1. So we were able to see what's going on below, especially on the stairs area. So now let's go to architecture and click on wall. We're gonna start adding the walls for the second floor. So we're gonna use exterior wall number 1 again. And this one will be up to level 3. And the base constraint will be level number 2. It's still gonna be wall center line. And we're gonna use a rectangle first. So the intersection or the endpoint where the grid line intersect. So we're gonna use that again, and then all the way to the endpoint. And then let's use exterior wall number 1 again. So click this one and then CS. We're just gonna put it for now here and like that. After that, press escape, and this one should be around 1700. And then click this wall. This one, let's move it all the way to this grid line and around 4100. So now that's good. We can trim this part, so TR, and then TR. Actually, we just leave it for now. Press escape, and then let's go at the back. There's also a, a balcony there. So let's add in the same wall. So exterior wall, let's add it from here and there. So this one should be around, so I'm gonna click this one. It should be around 1500. And for this part, we're going to move this temporary dimension. And then I want it to be at 5800. So just click this one and then type in 5800. So just like that. And then click on the wall. And let's add in an interior wall. Number 1. And let's close this out. So I'm just gonna add, so just check level 3 and then wall center line. We're just gonna add a wall right here. Like so. I just want to double check. So for this one, we're just gonna align from below. So click on AL. And then AL again. We're just aligning it from below. So now we could go down. This is covered because we can actually add in a railing, but wall is good for now. So now that's done, we can actually change the underlay. So go to underlay and then base level range should be none, and then apply. And then we're also going to trim this part, so TR, and then now it's open. So let's focus on adding the interior wall. So now that we already added this, we can then click this and then CS, create similar. Let's add in the wall from this grid line all the way at the end. We can also stretch this. So have this one and then drag it all the way at the end as well. And then with the interior wall, let's add it like this for now. But actually that's not straight enough. So just do it like that and then type in AL to align it on this side. And then once you done that, we could move it all the way down. Let's add in another wall. So this wall, so same wall, so CS again for interior wall. Let's add it all the way down there, but we're gonna align it again on this face. So AL, and then so this face to this face. So don't worry, we're just going to split element, so SL. So split this one and then just drag it upwards, and then this one downwards. So let's add in some doors. So go to architecture and then click on door. And we want the single flush door. I want it to be oriented like this. For this one, on the other side, so spacebar to change it. And then we want a door opened on this side and then opened on this side. We want a door also here, so it will be around this side. Let's click on this wall and we're going to create a wall opening. So similar to the level 1 that we have an opening as well like this. So we're just checking, and we could just nudge this on the, it's too much on the right side. So let's put it on the left side. And then this will be a walk-in closet. We also need an access from there. So we're gonna create a wall opening again. So click on this area to this area. And then what we could do is click on wall, and we're gonna add in a closet. So we're gonna add a closet right here. Like that. Also here. And then we're gonna add in some door for the closet. So I'm gonna use the 4 panel bifold. I'm gonna add it here and then here. Similar to that, I'm gonna add it here as well and over here. Let's also add in a door that goes out the balcony. So we have a balcony right here at the back. So let's add in a flush door and let's open it like this. And we also have an access right here, but a different orientation. Also on this side, we also have the balcony on the south elevation, and then let's add it here as well. So let's just add some details on the walk-in closet. So detail line, go to annotate, detail line, and then what we have a demolish line. So let's add it like that and like so. Let's add it here as well. That. And then for the walk-in closet, we're just gonna add a line right here, like that, and like this. After that, go to detail line again, and then 10 lines. We're just gonna add some details here. Okay, so just that's representation of a walk-in closet. So let's see, we have the doors, we have an opening, wall opening. So actually, once you click that wall opening, you can move it around like so. This one, we could extend it here and over there. And let's just nudge this one on the left side. And we're just checking everything is good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this modern house design. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start doing the second floor or level 2. So now we're gonna continue working on this, and we're gonna start by adding some furniture. So what I'm gonna add is the bed. So I'm gonna add a queen size bed on the master's bedroom. So to orient it, you just need to press spacebar, and then let's add in another one. Let's add it on this side, and then lastly, let's add in another one on this. Press escape to finish, and then click on component again. Let's look for a nightstand. So let's add in a nightstand on this side and only on this side. And why not add it on this side as well? What we could do is we could click on the bed and nudge it a little bit. After that, let's add in the lamp. So the table lamp should be around on the bottom. So like here. And don't forget to put it at 630 or else you won't be able to see it on the level. So we just want it to be visible. Nudge it on the middle and this one as well. So we added the beds. Now we could add in the family room. So we will need a couch. So let's add in the sofa and then let's add in the chair. That, and then let's add in a entertainment system again, or entertainment center. Will be like that. And then don't forget, let's add in a coffee table. Okay. Let's add in some nightstand. So we could just click on the nightstand here and CS, and then we could add it here, and also the lamp, and then CS again, like that. Let's insert some credenza table here at the back. So insert, load family, and then let's go back to Canada, and then furniture, and then tables. So let's go back and use a storage, and then we could have this credenza. So now that we insert it, click on architecture and then component, and you'll be able to see the credenza, and you'll be able to put it here. Let's see if we could add in the bookshelf. So let's add this bookshelf on this side and also on the other side. What we could do is we're gonna change this to a double, just a little bit smaller, just to give us some space here, and also here. So instead of queen, we could put it as a double, and then just nudge it in place. Let's insert the toilet. So looking at, let's add this for now. The sink. We're gonna add two. And then after that, let's go back and look for the tub and the toilet. Sorry, I'm kind of blind. I couldn't see it. So now here, and then we just need the tub, which is right here. So as you can see, it fit. We can nudge it, and let's use annotate and detail line, thin lines, and then choose rectangle. And then that will represent the countertop for the vanity. So now that's done, we could add in some dimension. And then we could add the entire wall. So opening with intersecting wall. So That's all the dimension. Maybe we could add it here as well, just to give everything a chance to follow. So as you can see, we have the dimension, and then after the dimension, we could add in the room tag. So click on room, RM for short. We could add a room right here. Room tag right here as well. This one. This one. We have the toilet. We have the hallway. But we will need to place a room separator for this room. We also need to close this one as well, the stairs. We also need to close the walk-in closet. And then after we close that, we could click on the room again, and then we could add it there. So once that's done, we can press escape, and then after that, click on the scale. So at least it's visible here. We could put WIZ for walk-in closet. This one will be the master. This will be the washroom. Family room. Hallway. We have room 1 and 2. This will be bedroom 3. And then bedroom 4. And then we also have the balcony from the front and the back as well. So next thing I want to do is the floor. So I'm going to click floor, and then we're going to edit this and duplicate. So this will be floor number 4. Edit the type. I'm going to maintain 200 thickness, but I'm going to change the material. So I'm going to click on precast. I'm going to use rectangle for now. So I'm going to click on that endpoint to this endpoint. After that, press escape. And then I'm going to click on the line. I'm going to extend here around 700 and close it up like that. So that's good. So for now, we're going to leave it like this, or actually we're going to extend it a little bit like that. But we need to turn on the underlay later on so that we could push it back a little bit there. Also in this spot, we could go over, so around 500, I believe. So around 500. And then connect it all the way here. And then let's trim this. So TR. And then TR on this spot. And then click finish. Don't attach. And then now let's turn on the underlay. So go back, Go down and then choose level 1. So now we could attach it on this end. So edit boundary, and as you can see, we're gonna attach it on the end of this. So I'm just gonna use align AL, this line to this line, then click finish. Don't attach again. And then once we look at it at 3D, it will look like this. So you could click this and then attach. Click this wall and then attach. Join element. Okay. So looking good right now. So we just need to continue. So once that's done, we could add in a railing. So click on railing. Let's choose the rectangle. And then for this one, we could click on the pick line and then offset. So let's offset this to 50. Like that. And then we just need to pull this back and then click finish. Also on this area, same thing, railing, rectangle, pick line, 50, and then from the inside. We could pull this back again, and we're good. So click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. It looks good. So let's continue. So go back to level 2 and let's turn off the underlay. So it looks cleaner. And then now let's add in the window. So we're gonna use curtain wall again for the window. So click on wall and then curtain wall. And then let's add in a curtain wall window right here. And also on this spot. Here as well. Also here. And here as well. So after that, let's go to south elevation. And actually, we still need to cut geometry, so just go back to 3D view and go to modify and click on cut geometry. And then as you can see, you need to click on wall first and then the curtain wall. If we zoom in, the curtain wall will be visible like this, but you need to click on the wall first and then curtain wall to cut wall and then curtain wall. So we're good with this. Now we could go to south elevation, and I'm just gonna align it from here to there. So AL, I'm gonna align this one to this one to this. I'm gonna pull it up and pull it down like that. So I'm gonna align it from the top. So AL, and then for this one, I want it all the way to the floor. So I'm gonna align it from this spot as well. So actually for this one, all the way like that, we're gonna pull this back. So let me pull this back more. Like that. And it's taking form now. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this modern house design. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start off the second floor, and then we added some floors and the railing. And here we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go to level 2 and check out what we did. So as you can see, we put some dimensions. We are already put some furniture. And what we could do is we could add in the roof. But before that, let's go back to south elevation. And we're gonna add a level 4. So you can click this one, the level, and then click on copy, which is CO, and we're gonna put it up around 500. And then in order for us to see it on this floor plan, we need to go to view and plan view and then floor plan, and then it's already highlighted, so just press OK. Once you do, we'll be able to see it here. So let's go back to level 2, and then we could add in the roof first. So we could go to architecture and then roof, and let's edit this type and duplicate. So this will be roof number 1, and then let's change the thickness to 200, and then the materials to something different. We just need to set anything that is different to others, so that once we move it to Twinmotion, we can set it up there as its final material. So here I'm just checking which one I haven't used yet, so I haven't used this one, and then OK, and then OK. Let's change the base level to level 3. Click apply, and then let's use rectangle. So here, I'm gonna put the, before we click anything else, let's uncheck define slope. And then let's add in the roof. For now, I'm gonna add the roof like this. And then once I did that, because I want this area to be above, so that's why we have a level 4. So we're gonna increase the height of the walls. So what I'm gonna click next is line, and then we're just gonna use the line to go over this. And then let's use align. So AL. So let's align it here. And I think we were able to align it from here. So next thing we're going to do is TR, or trim and extend. We're just going to trim it here. And then on this. And then after that, click finish. And let's look at it at 3D. So as you can see, we were able to do this. So now let's go to level 3. And then let's just add a wall. So that wall will be an exterior wall. And let's use exterior wall number 1. And for this, we will just go up to level 4. And then let's use rectangle. I'm gonna use like this. And then after that, I'm gonna align it. So let's align AL. I'm gonna align it from here. And then align it here. So actually, let's just move it first, and then AL. And then let's look at it at 3D. So as you can see, we're just adding a design on top of it. So once we're done, we could go back to level 3 and add in another roof. So we could use roof number 1 again, and then rectangle, and base level will be level 4, and as you can see, it's already unchecked. Let's use the endpoint and then click finish. So now it looks like this. So next thing we're gonna do is let's go to level 3 and then click on the wall, and then let's go down to curtain wall, and then let's just add a curtain wall window below here. So I press spacebar so that you could go from inner to outer, and then let's add it here as well. And then after that, let's go and look at it. So as you can see, it's not visible yet. So we need to go to modify and cut geometry. So wall first, and then the curtain wall. Wall first, and then the curtain wall. So there we go. We could go now to south elevation. And then from south elevation, we can now align the width. So AL. So I'm going to use tab in order to circulate the selection. So earlier it was here. Now after that, as you can see, there's the selection. I'm going to select this and change it there. You select this again and change the width there. Also with this, we're gonna copy this width. So click tab in order to change selection and then click it again. This one is already selected, so we don't need to click on tab. So right now we're ready to change or to add mullions to our window. So press escape and then go to architecture and let's add in curtain grids. So this one we're going to divide it by 3. So I'm going to click it for now like that. And as you can see, this is all divided by 3. So that was easy. I'm going to divide it by 2 and then 2 again and then 2 here. This one will be at the same, so 3 and then 3. This one will be 2. And then we're gonna add in something like this. And then for this one, we're gonna divide it by 3. So now this one is not divided. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to estimate something like this. It's good enough. And let's not forget this part. I want to copy this height. So we could put it now like that and then AL. So we're gonna copy this. So click tab in order to choose different selection. And as you can see, it was easy enough to copy the height. And then after that, we can now click on mullions and then all grids. Let's look at 50 by 150 first. So I like this. So I'm just going to use that with all. And for the ones right here, let's click on mullions as well, all grid. And let's just add it like that. And let's go to 3D view and add it on this corner. We could go at the back and let's clean up the windows here. So let's go to north elevation. So as you can see, it looks like this. What we could do is we could pull this inner like that. and then we're gonna copy the width. So AL, this width to this width, and then this width to this one. And let's do it here as well. So AL, and after that, let's pull this down, and then AL to copy that height. And we could do this one here as well. It's too much. I'm just gonna delete that. And then AL again. Okay. So once we're done with that, let's add in the curtain grid again. So let's add it only once here. Like that. And then let's add it 3 times here. Like that as well. And let's put it like that as a design. And then after that, let's click on Mullion and select all grid. So we're gonna add the grids like that. I want to change this. I want to give it a longer height, and then let's erase this for now. And then let's add in a curtain grid. Yeah. Okay, so let's put it down and then add in mullions. So it looks like that. And then after this, before we do any further design, I just want to look at how everything is done. So we're just gonna change some of the design. I'm just looking at this one, and then we're gonna extend this a little bit. So the roof. So I'm just gonna edit the footprint, and I'm just gonna extend it a little bit like so. And then click finish. Also for this one, I want to edit the footprint. So let's go to level 3. Now let's go back to level 2. And I want to push this back all the way here. Like that. Let's use align instead. Finish. Something like that. But now I want it from the inside, so I'm gonna edit this again. So I'm gonna use align. And then after that, once I click finish, I'm going to select this and then base offset -200. And then in order for this not to be shown, I'm going to detach this. So you can select a lot if you hold on control button and then click on attach top face and then click on this, so it will disappear. So now it looks like this. So everything is taking shape. We're gonna continue this on the next video. So for now, we're gonna leave it like this. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in all the curtain grid and then the mullions and then all the room tags. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to add the ground floor. So what I want to do is go to our elevation. I'm gonna choose our south elevation, or actually our north elevation. Sorry, actually south elevation, this is the front one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in a ground level right here. You can type in LL or this icon under architecture. So LL, and then you put it around, I'm gonna do around 500 I think, or 400 is good enough. So I'm just going to move this one 400, and then here you'll be able to add an elbow by clicking on this zigzag icon right here, and then you'll be able to give this one some space so that it's not overlapping. And then after that, we can put in ground. So ground floor, and then say yes, because it will change the naming here as well. So now it will be on the ground floor level. So I'm good with this. You can put elbows here as well so that everything is lining up correctly. You can even change this to roof name, but it's really up to you. But for me, I'm just gonna leave it like that for now because I'm good with the naming here. I already know that level 4 is for the roof plan, so it's really up to you to decide if you want to name it properly like that. And the only thing that you need to worry about here is that you have this one all the way to the top so that everything is showing properly. And then here I'm gonna select this one, and then we could just move it down so it is showing here as well. So now after this, we could go and go to 3D and then go to ground floor. So here in ground floor, I'm going to add, so I want my entrance, because this one is where my entrance is, and this is for the office part. I want to change this to something different. So I'm going to go insert, load family, and I want to go to doors, and then I want a double glass residential door. So let's look for it. And then this one, it will be nice. So I'm gonna click open, and I'm going to select the 2000 height, and then after that select this one, and then we're gonna change this one to something like this, so that we have some glass door. And then here we'll be able to change this to fine, so that everything is showing up. Even in 3D, the doorknob is not showing, so what you need to do is to put it in fine so that it shows up. So I'm good with that. And then here as well, I want to change that to the same door, so that it looks nice as well. And then here, so let's exchange that, and then this one as well. And I just want to double check their orientation. So if you go to level 2, you want to see that the orientation is the correct, and then this one is flipped on the other side. And then on level 1, this one should be flipped. This one, it's really up to you, but I'm going to change this one to here so that we have space on here. So now let's go back to south elevation, and what I want to do is to add that extrusion again. So I want to design this a lot better. I'm planning to extend this one, but I want to use an extrusion instead. So what I want to do is I'm going to edit. So I'm gonna remove this first for now, select this, edit boundary, and go to level 2, and I just want to align this first so that it's easier for us to do the extrusion part, and then everything will line up. So I'm gonna do this and then delete this for now. Okay, so this one will line up around here as well, so it's lining up perfectly here. What I want to do next is to trim and extend this part. So trim and extend, I want to do this right here. So now I'm gonna extrude first this part and then extrude it later on. So this is roof, so we're going to just leave it like that. And then let's go back to the south elevation because we're gonna extrude it here. So for now, what I want to do is to add another extrusion. So architecture, model in place, and then generic model. And then here, I'm going to extrude it and then pick a plane, and I'm gonna pick this plane right here. I'm gonna change the material. I'm gonna use a generic model, or we could do gypsum wallboard, and then I'm going to duplicate this part, duplicate selected material, so it will be this one, and I'm just gonna maintain this one for now. And then I already set this one right here, and then we're gonna put it into 200. So now let's set up this one properly, and then trim and extend, and then trim and extend here, and then delete those extras there. So click finish, go to 3D, and then we could align it as well. AL, align it to this face right here, so we don't need to worry about everything else. For this one, I'm probably going to extend this so that it's still blocking right here. So actually for this one, I want to extend it a little bit more. So let me do that first. I'm going to right here. This is the one. It's showing that it's too much. I know we said that it needs to be in between this one the proper way, but just for the model or design base, I'm going to do this. Okay, and then we could just leave it like that. And what's going on here is, because if we can actually I need to edit this again. I just want to actually push this one all the way to the end right here, but notching it here so that it doesn't show so doing it like this will make our model nicer. It doesn't have gap, and as you can see, we just need to lower this one. And then here, the way this one should, so I'm going to change how this one is. So if you go to modify and then click wall joint, as you can see, this is the wall joint that we have at the moment, but you can change it to different wall joints. So the way it works is you select that wall joint, you want it next, previous, it's not actually, let's go and square it off. Doesn't do miter, it does, but I want it to just be bunt, but it's not actually working with me. So the issue with that is we need to unjoin this. So unjoining this and then pushing this one all the way there, and then just creating that one. And then now let's try and fix it. So it's not allowing us for some reason. So I want to investigate that more. Maybe because this is the one. So in this case, if we don't have anything, we just need to clean this up. So assume right here is the extra part. We just need to move this one right here and then right here, and then we should just trim it off. And then extend it a little bit onto the edge so that, because if we just leave it like that, it will basically just keep on blinking in Twinmotion, and you don't want that. You want it to be looking nice without any issues at all. And then go right here, everything looks good. I want to edit or check it if it's 200, everything is 200. So now that everything is flat, so align it again. So we're flattening everything, so everything is flat. Even right here, we'll be able to design it nicely now. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is go to south elevation, and then we're going to create another extrusion. We could use this again, edit in place, create extrusion, and then we're gonna choose this wall right here because everything is flat right now, so it will be easier for us. And then here we're going to close this one right here. I'm going to put it in this edge and then offset this one to 200 because that's my ideal, 200. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to mark this 2, so hold on control, and then I just want it to be all the way to the edge right here. So the thing that I'm going to adjust now is the window. So I'm gonna adjust this window to be all the way to the end, so everything looks nicer. We can even push this one all the way to the top, but that will increase this one right here, so all the way to the top. And then we need to review this. So in the second floor, the way this bedroom is, can we extend it all the way right here? And yes, we can. We're gonna extend it all the way to the edge. Okay, so now this one, we could just roughly put it in the middle. There we go. So now it will look like this, all the way there, all the way down, and then we have some doors. And then this one, we could extend it a bit. So edit in place, extend this one, make sure it's the same one, because I want to put this one to gray. And that looks good right there. I'm happy with the way that this looks. It's up to you if you want to extend it more. So I'm just estimating, and then instead of the grill railing, what I want is just white or glass. So I'm gonna use a curtain wall. So I'm going to use it like this right here. Go to 3D, and then we'll be able to select that and just push it down. And then we could just put this one consistent color so that we know everything now. I'm gonna pull it up a little bit, so I'm gonna use right here, and there we go. It looks more nicer. And then we shouldn't forget about this part right here. So we need a model in place, and then generic model, and then this one, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here. And then click extrusion. I could duplicate this, so duplicate, and then add this one as well, because I want to add this so that I could have a continuous model like this one right here. Make sure that this is 200 only to be consistent with everything else. Trim and extend, TR, and then delete, and then extrude, check. And then now we can even align this. So AL, align it right here and then right there. So now we just need to click finish, and we want to make sure that this one is the same material as well. So I'm just going to edit, and then instead of porcelain, I'm going to do gypsum wallboard number 2. I believe that's the one that we created, so that it will be consistent. And then here I want to fix this part right here. It's because it's just going to be ugly if we don't fix this, because I just want it to having like this as well. So I'm gonna select this one, and then we could go to elevation, but I'll just do this right here. So I'm going to click split face. I'm gonna split face this one, and I'm going to do it like this. Trim and extend, and we want to make sure so it's actually easier to do an east, I think east elevation or west elevation, so that everything is aligned. So see that it's not aligned, so we could just click finish, and then we're going to split face this one as well, and then click finish there. So now we'll be able to add the same paint. So here, number 1 there, and then right here. So now if we go to 3D, you can see that it's now likely that everything is looking good, because what I'm planning to do is white here and then this one probably gray. It will look nicer if it's a gray, and then I just want to make this one, so this one is the way that this one does. So I think that's good enough for me, so it will tie it up, all of them will tie it up properly. I'm thinking of adding something right here, but that will be in the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to do some extrusion. Also, we added a ground floor, and then now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do next is to add the site. We're just gonna leave this one as open, so it's going to be a carport instead of a garage. So now what I want to do is go to ground floor, and then here what I'm gonna do is to add this one to ground instead. So now we have this overlay right here. So I'm going to select all the walls outside. So by holding on tab and then select them, by holding on control, select them again, and then clicking on tab here, and then holding on control again, and then select, we'll be able to just put the base constraint to ground floor. So it will be all the way down. The only thing that we need to manage is to select this flooring, edit them. So we edit them now, go to level 1. We need to put it in the middle of the wall. So it's hidden, it's not showing up. Okay? And we're doing this so that we could see the change of elevation in terms of the door to the carport space. So now let's click finish, go to 3D to see how it looks. So it looks good now. So we need to add some stairs here, and then everything should be all the way to the floor. We could align it. AL. I'm just going to align it so that everything is properly aligned like that. So let's not forget to add the stairs. We're gonna create a simple stair, just a model in place stair. We're not gonna use the proper stairs. We already did that on this part, but instead we're gonna use a model in place so that it's easier to control. Also, let's not forget this one right here. I'm going to go to level 2 and then add this curtain wall right here as well. And then we just need to clean it up so that everything is properly added like that, and even have that gap right there so that everything is looking the same. So now this is looking good right here. Next thing we're gonna do is to add the sidewalk and then the street. So go to floor, edit type, duplicate, and then change this one. We're gonna choose something concrete, so we're gonna use randomly here. And then I'm going to add side road. What I want to do is to have a road around here, something like that. Trim and extend, delete this, extend this part. So I'm just assessing how this one looks. I'm gonna trim and extend so that everything looks good, and then here we're gonna extend it a little bit more, and then this one as well. Let's look at it in 3D. And then we're gonna put some grass, and then obviously we're gonna connect this one as well. I'm going to extend this a little bit more to connect the flooring right here. I want an extension here. I just don't want, I want some grass part as well. So I'm going to give it some space a little bit more. So space a little bit more. So this will be its grass. There's going to be a background backyard here, and then we could add in some just a background house here, and then over here, so that if we have a shot, it will be looks populated. So now we're gonna click finish. So that's the road, and then we're gonna add another one. So another floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 6, and I'm gonna use grass here. Apply OK, and then OK, and then I'm going to put the grass here for now, even at the back. So we're gonna connect them, and then I'm gonna put some grass here as well. So beside here, I want some grass here as well. So let me fix this and add a little bit more. I want to connect each and every one of them. So trim and extend, then delete the ones right here. Trim and extend here as well, and then delete this one. And then we're gonna add another floor here, or we're just gonna extend this one. So I'm gonna extend this one, pick line, and then trim it. And then click finish, and then 3D. So now everything is looking good. As you can see, we have grass and everything else. So now we're gonna do the sidewalk around here, and then we might as well extend this a little bit farther, and then we could add in some grass or a concrete space here, just for the other house that we're gonna add, so that it looks good. So edit boundary, you can extend this but trim this one a little bit. Okay, we could add in a backyard or border wall if we want to, so that it looks nice. And then we're going to add another one. So so edit, duplicate, floor number 7. This will be the regular floor for the extra house, or the background house that we're gonna add. So we're preparing everything so that everything looks nice here. Let's just make it nicer here, so that there we go. I'm gonna put some grass here on this part area, and then this part area as well. So I'm gonna edit this and build some grass part here. Here probably the same thing, so not grass part but cement as well. And then here I'm gonna extend this one a little bit, so that we have here align it, and then trim and extend. And then here we just need to extend as well. So it's getting bigger and bigger now for the site, but that's good because we know that this will be placed right here. We could add in a border wall now. So I'm gonna use wall, and then we could add an exterior wall and then we're going to edit, duplicate exterior wall number 2, and then change this to something different. We can put in a different concrete if we want. And then here we're just going to add it onto this side. I'm just going to add it like this. We could align it. There we go. And then I'm gonna curve this so that it looks nice. So definitely going to curve this. Edit, fillet arc. I'm gonna use probably, make it 4,000. Okay. So that's the side there. And then of course we're gonna edit here as well. So we're gonna maintain that 4,000. But it's gonna be easier for us because we have that one. There we go. So everything is getting consistent. And then here. And then we could trim and extend as well. And then let's go here. Of course, we need to lower it down. So we could put it at level 2, but top offset negative 1500. So it's not that high. And we have that room right here. So all of this will be grass. Of course, there will be sidewalk, maybe a house here at the back for background. So 2 houses probably here and a house here to make everything look populated. So now let's go to ground floor again and let's create that sidewalk right there. So model in place and then generic model. And then here we're going to add an extrusion. It's already ground, so we don't need to set it. Let's just change this material right here, and then we're gonna choose a different kind of concrete that we could just add randomly. And then here we need to have 2000 and then 2000. Right here as well. $2,000 right here, and then 2,000 here as well. So now we need to fillet, not fillet art, but we need to connect all of them. So trim and extend, and then we fillet arc as well. And then let's finish it. I want to see it into 3D, and then we need to clean this up. So the way we do that is we need to cut them. I'm gonna cut them right here and cut them over here. and then SL. So SL, split element, then delete this, delete here, and then fillet art this one. So we now have an opening. Let's put in 1200, and then why not in this area as well. We don't know the location yet, but for now we could just add maybe right here, and then SL as well. And then fillet art here, and then we can adjust it later on if we want to. Okay, so far maybe we could just edit here. I'm just going to push it a little bit so that it's not overpowering our model. So it's still there. We could adjust it, but later on at least it's visible that there's an entrance. This extrusion, I want it to be just 100, and then click apply. I'm happy with that. So in the next video, we're gonna finish this up because we still need to add those designs right here to make it look realistic. And then we're gonna add in stairs and then some designs here. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the site. So we created the road and then we created the sidewalk. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to actually create a swimming pool. And also I want to close this off so it's not showing too much. So maybe I'm gonna add in just a door right here. This is still going to be a visible grass part of the house, but it will have those entrance from here. So let's go to ground and then close this off. CS, gonna add in right here and then maybe right here, and then I'm just going to notch it in place. And then what I want to do is just to add a door right here. So we're going to create a door for this one, or we could just leave it like this so that all the entrance will be on this side. I'm just going to extend this one a little bit, so around maybe 9,000 from grid line A, so that's good enough. And then after that, we're going to edit this part, edit boundary. This boundary is floor number 6, so it will be grass. So I'm going to edit this part because I want my grass part to be only up to here or around, because I want still grass part right here. So I'm I'm gonna shape it to my grass part. Maybe until here, and then I'm going to put this one to grass as well. So grass will be right here, and then I'm gonna close this off. So we need SL, split element, grass part there, and then grass part here, and then another one. And then SL here, and then SL here. So this grass part right here, I'm also here as well. So I'm gonna close this off. So trim here. And then trim here. SL here as well, so that this is not connected anymore. And then we could just leave it like that. And then of course it will show you if you messed up anything. So grass part, and then we have grass part right here along until here on this side, but we will need our concrete part here, and then maybe a wooden part. But let's create another wall. So exterior wall, I'm going to duplicate that, and then this will be our swimming pool. I'm going to make this one as 100 only, and then change this one to something that is tile. I'm gonna use this one, ceramic tile, and then here it could be level 1 first, top constraint, unconnected, base constraint. So I'm going to add this for now, change it, so this will be ground, and this one will be here. This one should be negative 1500, and this will should be 0. So there we go. And then what we can do is 100 at the top, so that it's still at the top there. After this, go to ground again. We could model in place, generic model, extrusion, and then we put tile again, and then the same ceramic tile. After that, put something right here, and then we should move it down, and then move this one down. There we go. Then after that, go to ground floor again, create extrusion, we're gonna do water. And then after that, create the square again to have the water there, and then lower it. Good enough. So there we go. And then ground floor again. After the ground floor, we need to create the floor. Edit, duplicate floor number 8. And then this one is another concrete material that is random. There we go. Press OK, and then OK. And then now we just need to pick line. We need to pick line around here. There we go. So now we just need to clean up. There we go. And then click finish. And then as you can see, we have our pull area right here. And then similar to this one, we're going to add a wall right here. Then I'm just going to align this one so that everything is properly connected. And then here I want to change this to the single glass door. So I'm happy with that. Also, let's go to south. I want to change this one, so I'm going to align this. So there we go. That looks really good. Everything is lining up properly. So now what I want to do is finish this part. So let's click on model in place. Let's save this project first. And then generic model. Press OK and then OK. And then after that, we need to click on sweep, pick path, and then we're going to select this path first. So we're gonna do it by sections because we have different kinds like here. After this, pick finish, edit profile, and then we need to go to what we have right here, the crosser. And then here we need to add it. So this one will be 100. That's the height. And then after this, I'm going to put this one to 100 by 20. And then here we're going to add 50. And then we're going to trim this, or fillet arc. Much better. Fillet arc to here. This one should be around, give me a second, I want 10 here, and then here should be 10. So this one is 10 by 50. And then here is 20 by 100. And then let's click finish and then finish. Let's set the material to one of the concrete. And then let's choose a random again. So C3545. I'm gonna use that. I need to remember that so that I could use it on other sides. So here as well, I'm gonna do this. So sweep, pick path, and then we're gonna choose our path. I'm gonna choose this one so that it's near here. I don't need to look for it afterwards. Click finish, and then edit profile. 20 by 100. That's the height right here, and then this one is 20, and then after that 10 by 50 right here. And then fillet arc 10. Click finish, and then finish again. So it's looking good right there as well. And then we need to do it on this side as well. Click sweep, pick path, pick this path right here, and then click finish, edit profile, and then select this one. 20 right here, 50 by 10 here. So you always select the ones that you want to move. So that's why I selected this. I want it to be moved because this is our reference there. So 10 right here, delete here, fillet arc, and then 10. And then click finish, and then finish. And then we want to make sure that this is selected. 35, 45, and then here as well, 35, 45, to be consistent. And then lastly, I know it's not going to be shown properly, but we want it to be consistent so that every view, even this one, we're going to do that as well, because we want everything, every view will be consistent, and even though it's too far away, you know that you covered everything. Click finish, edit, this is 20, and then 50 by 10. Fillet arc 10 right here, and then delete this one. Finish, finish, and then we have everything there added. And then lastly right here, pick path, the top there, edit profile, zoom in so that you can see it properly, and then here make sure this is 100 only, and then 20 right here. After that, this one again, 10 by 50, delete here, and then fillet arc. After that, finish, finish, and then double check that where materials are added properly, and then there you go. So as you can see, we have our sidewalk. And then let's double check everything. I want to add a door right here now. So let's go to our south elevation, and maybe we could just add a door. I'm going to put in a door right here. Something that is not visible, or it's going to be subtle. It's not going to be attention grabbing. I'm going to go back. I'm going to do commercial. I'll do this one. And then add it here. And then I'm going to edit this one so that the height is not too much. So maybe 1800 instead of 2000. And then pick a host again. And we want to make sure that this is cell height. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna go south, and what I'm seeing here, I'm gonna pull it down. I'm gonna pick host again, like that. I think that's good enough for me. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up the sidewalk, and also we created the backyard with adding the swimming pool. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is to add in our stairs here, or our steps, and then here as well. But here on the outside, I want to add in the deck. So what I'm gonna do is add a model in place, generic model, and then here I want to add an extrusion. So instead of water, I want a wood material. So let's select this one right here, apply, OK, and then we add this one right here. So I want to have at least a bigger one right here. But I'm going to have it until here. So trim, and then we were gonna put 150. I know it's we could do 200 instead. Finish, finish there, and then we have something that looks like that. And then we're going to add maybe a 2-step right here. So go to ground again. We could do this actually 150 first, because 200 is too much, and then create another extrusion, but we're gonna set it at the top here, not on the ground floor. And then we're going to have the step like this, around 400. Make it twice this one, so I'm gonna do 800. So steps first, maybe 150. Okay, and then we're gonna have 100 afterwards at the top of that. So what we're gonna do is create again extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then set it on top of here. And then we're going to put something like this, and then 100. Click finish, and as you can see, that looks really nice there. If we check realistic, when you see that the deck is like that right here, so we could add in some pull chairs here and those kind of stuff. So it will be, we could add in the barbecue here, so it will look nice. So let's leave that one for now. And then after this, what I want to finish is on this part now. So we're gonna go to ground again, and actually for this one, what we can do is we could go to a section. So I'm gonna create a section so it's easier for us to create. So I'm gonna push it all the way here, and then press escape, double click here. So now the purpose of that is to set it over here. So we're gonna do a model in place again, generic model. We're gonna make it simple, so don't worry. An extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall right here. After that, we're gonna select here the rectangle, and then we're gonna choose a concrete material right there, and then we're going to create our stairs, and then we could design it depending on how we want. We can make it 3 steps or 2 steps, so depending on what we want, we could put 150 again, and then this one, move this one here, so 150 as well. So similar to that, and then similar to the backward steps, we can even pull this one a little bit down so that everything looks nice, and then pull this one back, finish, and then go to 3D, and then we could obviously just push this one right here, and then as you can see, that looks good. And then we could have our car park here, and everything else. So I'm happy with that. Before we do finish, we could copy this CO, and then rotate this RO, and then we could just move this one to this location so that we don't need to recreate what we did. So it's up to you to decide if you want to move it all the way there. Then actually that's good enough for me there. Click finish, and we have something that looks like that. So that's our entrance right there. Another thing that I want to edit is, let's go to our section, south elevation. We can delete this now. And what I want to do is to add some stripes here. I'm gonna use this one, edit in place. So gypsum wallboard number 2, because I believe this one I'm going to just do white, and then do an extrusion, set, pick a plane. I'm going to select it on this wall, and then gypsum wallboard number 2. So that's good right there. And I want is to add the stripes that I was talking about, and then here I want it to be consistent with 200. And then after this, I'm going to copy this and then grab it from here, copy it again, CO, and then make sure multiple is checked so that we don't need to do it again. And then something like this is good enough for me. Go to 3D, and then here we're just gonna push it just a little bit. I'm gonna put 300. I think that's good enough for the extrusion. Or we could just align it onto this. So AL. Let's see if good enough. It's fine, but it's too much, I think. So I think different elevation and different extrusion will give this one a nice view. So I'm happy with that. So for me, that's perfect enough. So I won't do anything anymore. Although this extrusion, I want to do something else, but that's something that we could do later on. Here, what I want to do is I want to capture some sunlight. So I want to have a window that has those louvers. So I'm gonna make the louvers for this one to be I think a wooden louvers. So go to level 2, and then we're gonna make something. I believe this one will be good enough. So I'm gonna do a model in place, generic model, and then I'm gonna do an extrusion. I'm gonna set it, pick a plane, and then I'm gonna use this anything wall here or flooring. So it's not letting me, so I'm gonna do a 3D. So I'm gonna use it here. Okay, so this one is already set. Pick a plane. And then we're going to make this one wood material. And then I want to attach it to something here. So before that, I want think 50 is good enough. 50 angle. So I'm gonna copy that part. CO. I'm gonna make it thin, not too much. So it's probably maybe 38, or make it 30 from this side. And then I'm going to extend this one, so when I trim and extend, it goes right there. So click on finish. I want to see it. I'm going to align it at the top, so AL. There we go. And then I'm gonna put in multiple. So I want to go to level 2, select this one, and then copy. I want to space it. I think 100 is too small, so maybe every 300. We can use array for this as well, but I just want to feel how this one looks. Maybe the last part is too much, so I'm gonna delete it. So in this situation, this louvers can be turned around depending, but we're just showing it like this for now. It looks like there is a fin, like a shark fin, or like a vent looking. So I think that looks really good. To be honest, I want to showcase it more. Like I want to edit the way this one looks. So instead of maybe 50, I want to angle it a little bit better. Maybe like this, and then copy 40, and then yeah, I want to do it this way so that it's still visible. So I want to start from here. And then let's see. Yeah, so this one looks good. It's not too much. And then let's copy this. Let's try and use array. So looks like it's not it's grayed out, but usually you can. I'm gonna edit this one, so I'm gonna do it manually. There we go. So 300 is set, so we just need to copy. I think that's perfect. And then if you see, that looks really good, much better. And then if we have this view, you can see that, and then I have this view as well. So looks like a fin, but it looks better, especially that we have 3 stripes here as well, so the design works well. So I'm happy with the way that looks. So now let's add in some components. For example, let's add in the pull ladder. So you need to go to part 1 description and you'll be able to get this one. So it will be the pull ladder right here. You need to download that. And then what else we need? We need this spotlight face base. This one is, it's either the square or the circle. So download both of this, and then we're gonna choose later on if you want a circle or a square base. And then after that, once you download everything, you will have something that looks like this. I'm going to add in the ladder, and then you add it first, and then once you add that, we could go right here to ground floor, and then we could click the space bar and then change it. And then right now we have that one placed properly, and as you can see, it's connected properly there as well. And then if you want, we're gonna do this in the next video, is adding all the lighting. So what we can do is we could just drag and drop. I'm gonna use a square base, so I'm going to use this and then just add it to this face for now, and then later on we're gonna multiply this one. So now we're just gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the louvers, and then we added some of this design right here. So we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to change this to gypsum wallboard, because I want the house to be white. And then I'm just gonna use this for now. And then we have to double check that everything is up to the floor. And then here we're going to change this one as well. Instead of concrete precast, gypsum wallboard as well. And then we're going to duplicate this one. And then after that, I know this one, we could change this to a different material. So we're gonna use something like this, asphalt. So asphalt shingles. So go right here, modify, and then paint, and then asphalt. There we go. So we're just gonna leave that one like that. And then, as you remember, on the previous video, we already downloaded and then loaded this one, the lighting face base, square base, pot light. So what you need to do is go to part 1 description, and then it will be on the second link, and on that second link you'll be able to download this one. So now we're going to keep on adding this to the areas that we need to add it. So for example, right here, and then at the back, somewhere right here, and then below right here. So that's good right there. I'm happy with the way that looks. And then what I want to do next is to add those lightings. So we need to go to level 1. Let's go to right here. So here in level 1 we could add this one and then space it properly. So CO, so that's copy, then multiple. I'm going to add we can do 2000 here. We have enough space, so it's not going to be crowded. And then I'm just checking the spacing on the left side to the right side, and then I'm just going to notch it in place. And after that, copy. We can do it, I think, 2000 again. There we go. And let's add this one right here. I'm just going to make this one every 1000. And you want to make sure that you are horizontally without any angles when you're adding this. So we're going to grab all of this and then notch it in place so that it's fairly in the middle. And then let's go to level 2 where we added all of this right here. And then if you cannot see level 3 like I have, what you can do is go here under view, plan view, RCP, and then you can select both of this. So there's going to be 3 and 4. So as you can see, it's not visible unless you change your visibility or your view range. So we're going to deal with that later on. So let's finish this one first. I'm putting it in the middle, and then oops. So now let's align this one just to be sure that everything is good. And then nudge this one on the left. Looks like everything is good now. And then here we could move this one up here, maybe 2 layers or 2 levels every 1000. Okay, and then copy 1000. So now let's move it a little bit downwards. So now let's go to level 3, and then if you want, we could try and see it before we do view range. We could do is underlay. So I'm going to check whether level 2 is visible right here, but still the problem is it's not showing this one. Now after this, we could check view range, and then we could put this one unlimited, and then here unlimited, and then make this one 0. So now everything is visible right here. So copy this. I think it's fairly in the middle, but I don't want to cross something right here. So I'm just going to carefully nudge it in place, and then add every 1000. Okay, so every 1000, and I think that's fairly move properly to the center of those. We could add something on this side as well, so I'm gonna add it and then check it again there. So it's gonna be on this side. I'm going to align it from here, and then I'm just going to add it. I think that's fairly good now, spacing and everything else. So if we go right here, we can see that everything looks good. I'm planning to just design this wall right here. Maybe just put a paint on it and then set a different look. So I'm going to check paint, and then maybe I'm going to use this for now, just a placement. So it's gonna be brick, but of course we're gonna change the look after we go to Twinmotion. And then, like I said, I want to add light in between here. So let's go to south elevation, and then we need to go to model in place, generic model, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall right here, and then we're going to add this one right here, make it just 10, and then add another one, and then change the material to luminance here. This is perfect. Then press OK, and then OK. So now once we're in Twinmotion, this will light up. It will be just a glow, but that's perfect enough. And here we'll place a spotlight so it will be visible. The problem here is I want to change this to wood for this ceiling right here. So what I'm gonna do is select this one. Maybe we could delete this wall now, but actually just leave it for now. And then we're going to put in the it will be the house number. So we're gonna use architecture, and it will be the model text right here. So I'm gonna pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this plane right here. Just going to use model text for now. I'm just gonna add it there first. Select this one, edit type, and then duplicate this one. You can put house number, and then press OK, and then let's change this to maybe 250 for the size, and then the depth around 25, and then we can use a metal material. We could use even aluminum if we want to. So metal, and then we could use aluminum, or one of the aluminum here. And then the text, let's put in maybe 65. And then we're just going to center it well enough that it's visible right there. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna prepare this. So I'm gonna go to ground floor, and then we're going to create a camera view of this. So I'm gonna use this part right here, and then moving it right there. So we could change this to shaded color, or if you want, realistic. So that looks good right there. We could turn on shadow and then sunlight. And then what we can do afterwards, I want to make this one my starting view. So every time I open the project, it will be my view, so I know the project looks like. So here, go to view, or actually manage, and then you click on starting view. And here, the name of this one is 3D view, so 3D view number 1. So right here, 3D view number 1, and then every time we open, this will be the look that we'll have. So that's better right there. And then what you can do as well here is you can select this one and then even rotate this one if you want a different perspective. So I think this kind of perspective is better, at least where you'll be able to see everything else. We're gonna put some trees, a car here, and everything else, so everything will look nice on our model. Press save, and then we're just going to double check now if everything is ready, because once we're in Twinmotion, we'll be able to just add all the materials and everything else. So we have lights here, we have the lights here as well, and below here we have all light here, so it looks good. We have the door there and everything else. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish our model. Now we're going to continue working on this by creating the sheets. So what we're going to do is go right here under project browser, and then look for sheet. Select that and right click on new sheet. We already have A0 metric already highlighted and loaded here. If you want to check different kinds of title block, you click on load and then scroll down, and we have title blocks here. We have different kinds of sheet sizes here. So I'm gonna use A0 metric and then press OK. And then here, as you can see, we have A101. So the next time that we're gonna create a sheet, Revit will recognize the sequencing and it will be A102. So now we're gonna change the owner here, it will be ACD. Project name will be Marlon G House. And then you can change the title name here, or sheet name here. So we're gonna put cover sheet, and then we're going to add multiple sheets afterwards. So for now, I'm gonna create around 7 sheet, because we're going to create section and then call out afterwards. So that's why we have 7 sheets. So right now, what you can do is double click here, and you can also change the naming here. So we're gonna put first floor, and then if you select here, you'll be able to change it here as well. Second floor, and then we're going to have elevations. And then we have section here. And then lastly, call out. So that's good here. Let's save this so that we don't lose it. So now let's go to cover sheet. And as you remember, we created a 3D view before. By double clicking here, we have our model. So we need to render this so that we could place it to our cover sheet. So if you go to view and then click on render, we have the rendering view here. And as you can see, the setting is in draft. So the draft is the lowest quality. And then if you go to custom, that's the edited, and you could change the resolution. And most of the time, if you have the best or custom, it will take time to render. So we're just going to use draft for this sample, and then we're going to leave it scheme exterior sun only, and then in session lighting for sun setting. So click on render. It will take a couple seconds to render, but after we finish rendering, we'll be able to save a project or export it. And then also, once it's done, we'll be able to adjust our exposure. So before we save our project, we're going to adjust the exposure. So click adjust exposure right there, and you'll be able to set different settings depending on how you like it. So for now, I'm just going to change it a little bit. I'm not gonna change it dramatically, and then press OK, and then save project. I'm gonna save a project. You can change the name here, so render 1, and then we'll have another rendering file here. So let's close this, go to our cover sheet, and we'll be able to drag and drop. And then I don't want the title right here, so I'm gonna select that, drop down, and then no title. And then you'll be able to double click and then make it bigger. After this, we're going to add in our sheet list. So to add that, we need to go to our schedule, right click here, and select new sheet list. And the way we're gonna do it is with sheet number, add it to parameter, and then sheet name. So actually, we're going to go back here, number first, and then name afterwards. And then after this, press OK, and we'll be able to see our sheet list right here. we're still going to edit this, but I want to load it or drag it to our sheet. So I don't want, I'm going to change the size of the header, and then I don't want any gap here. So the way we're gonna do is double click here and then edit. So edit the appearance here, uncheck this one so that we don't have gap. Title text, I want it to be 6. Header, it will be around 5, and then body around 4. So we're gonna do that there. Press OK, and then we're going to change this to drawing list, and then go back to cover sheet, and then we could spread it out, make it look nice. And the good thing about this is you don't need to worry about the drawing list anymore, because it's going to be automatic. So any changes, if you delete or if you add or if you change any naming, it will be automatic now, so you don't need to worry about that. So we're done with cover sheet. Let's save this first. The next thing we're gonna do is first floor. Let's scroll up, and then we could close this off, and this one as well. And we're going to put in level 1 right here, and we need to double check it first. So here it looks like it's too big, or actually too small, but the size is too big. So we could remove this for now, go to level 1, and we could change this to 1:100, and then we could crop this. So check all of this, and then let's crop it so that it shows only all of this. And then now we could go back to first floor and then put in level 1. Here it's still too small, so what we can do is to go back to level 1 and change it to 1:50 now. It was the original scale, but because we have so many things there, we could change it to this one now. So after this, if you notice, the title is level 1 instead of first floor. So to change this without changing anything in the floor plan, because if we change the naming here, it will change right here. But you can alleviate or change that by selecting this, scroll down, and then you can put the title on this sheet. So I'm gonna put first floor, select here, and then click apply. And you can see we have first floor there. I want to add a border line to make it look professional. So I'm gonna add 10 by 10 right here, and then a rectangle afterwards. And then we could delete this. So we have a border here. Let's put in our title, and then select here, and then grab this line right here to make it look nicer. We could select the lines by clicking on tab and then selecting it, and then copy to clipboard, so that once we go to second floor, we could just paste it without us creating the lines again. So it's a lot easier. So now let's go to level 2. We know it's 1:50, but because we need to crop it to make it look nice, let's just crop it like this. And then go to second floor and then drag it. So let's pull this one up. Similar to level 1, the naming here is level 2. Select this, view, and then let's put second floor here. Fix it. So select that one so that you can grab it and drag it, and then select here to the view again so that you can drag the tail. So next thing is we go to our elevations. So we can close this now so that we have enough space. So let's go to elevation. I'm just going to paste the line again. So align to current view, and we're going to press escape, just select this line right here, and then go to elevation. So we're gonna do east first. 1:100. It looks perfect there, but we need to grab here so that we could pull it up and clean it up. And then before we drag it, I want to see how it looks. So is 1:100 good enough or fit enough on that? It looks like we need to change it to 1:50 as well, but we need to crop it first. So let's crop this view. And then we need to put it in fine and then change it to shaded color or consistent color. We could add in shadow, and then I want to change the graphic display, so we could change the background to gradient to make it look nicer. And then before we do all of them, let's check how it looks, and it looks nicer. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select tab, copy, CO, and then add it like that. So now we're gonna be ready for the next. So select that and then grab it there. So north, we need to make it 1:50. Make sure this is fine. This is consistent color. Turn on shadow. Go back here and click on graphic display. Go to background. Make it gradient. Click apply and then OK. And then make sure to check all of this so that we'll be able to crop it nicely. And then once you're done again, drag it. And then fix the title and then the line. So that looks good right there. Let's go back to the other elevation, but before we do that, I'm going to copy the line and then hold on control so that to select both of them. Copy to clipboard so that we don't need to do the border lines again, and then paste it to current view. Fix the south to make it 1:50. Consistent color. Select shadow. Change the graphic display so that we can change the background to gradient. Apply, OK, and then crop it. And then we do the same thing as to the west so that we could just drag and drop. And then go back to elevation and then drag and drop south first and then west. Select that one, drag it here, fix the tail, and you're good to go. So we finished the elevation. Now we're gonna do the section. So we need to go to level 1 and add a section. So I'm gonna add a section right here, and then another one right here. So now once we created that, we can close this elevation now, and then we have section 1 and 2. Go to section. You can paste it again because we have 2 boxes. Go to section. 1:50 is good. We could expand this more. We can change the look by adding fine, and then we could do shaded now to make it different, and then turn on. Go to section 2, 1:50, shaded, and then turn on to make it look different. So now we could just drag and drop section 1 and 2, and then we can grab it here and fix the tail. Let's save it first. So next thing we're gonna do is the call out. So you can go to level 1 and level 2. And for me, what I'm gonna do is, for example, I'm going to go to view and click on call out. I want to do a call out on the kitchen and dining area. So I'm gonna create the call out right there, and then we can do a call out for the stairs. We can move this one over here, and then go to level 2, and then we could do another view. We could do the master's bedroom, with a walk-in closet, and lastly we're gonna do is maybe the family room. I'm gonna extend this one right here for the washroom as well. So once you're done, you go here and let's check. 1:25. I'm just gonna close some of this one right here, and then the section, and then we go back here and then drag it, and then we can clean this up. I'm going to add this one right here, and then we could put this one, this naming, to be kitchen. So I think 1:25 is perfect enough. This one, the stairs, we can add this one there, and then we have this one. This will be the master's bedroom, and then let's add it here, and then lastly this will be the family room. and then we could add it here. So now let's add in the border line so to make it look nicer, but it's only for show because we're going to add and copy so that we could add stuff right here. You can add it here in the middle, and then you could click on tab so that we could add both of this on this area, and then we could just add the title outside to make it look nice. And then this one right here, and then this one as well. We can make it, we can extend this part right here and then put in the master's title right here. So that looks good right there. We could save this first, and then what we can do is we could print this, and I'll show you the result that we created. So go to print, choose your printer, make sure to combine it, and then select, uncheck this one, and then here I'm gonna check all, and I'm gonna create a preset. This will be my full set, and then you can always create multiple presets so that it's easier for you. Once you're done, press OK, and then press OK, and we just need to wait for it to finish. We could close inactive, save this so that we have a copy already. We save the copy, and then we just need to wait for this print. So we're gonna be saving this as in the desktop, and then let's double click to see how it looks. So this is the cover sheet. First floor, second floor, we have elevation east and north, we have the south and west, and we have section 1 and section 2, and the kitchen, stairs, master's bedroom, and family room callouts. So as you can see, having those border lines, it will really look nice in your drawing, and it looks professional. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the sheets. So I showed you how to create the sheets, how to add all the views. And now we're gonna continue this, but in Twinmotion. So what I want to do is just go to Twinmotion, see in Twinmotion, so that we could just open the Twinmotion. So this is the only thing that I want to do, but you don't need to have this one loaded because we just need to create the datasmith file. So this one is just for us to open Twinmotion, and then click on datasmith, and we're going to export datasmith file, and we're going to load it in Twinmotion. So press OK here, click on datasmith, and then we're going to export datasmith and save it here in our Revit folder. So once you're done and open your Twinmotion, we could delete this now, and then after we delete that, we're going to go to import, click here and then open. Go to the file location where you save it and then click open and then import. And then once you're done, this is flickering because it's overlapping. So what you just need to do is to put down the starting ground just below this one so that it doesn't flicker anymore. Then once you're done here, we need to save this so that we don't lose our model. So I'm gonna save this one right here in this folder. So I'm gonna put house, mg house, okay. So after this, what you want to do is sign in to Epic Games so that we'll be able to use Sketchfab, Adobe, and Megascan assets. So after this, click on Ambience and then click on Camera. One of the important thing to do is to click on the levels. So here the parallelism should be checked so that every time we're creating views is the proper settings. And then now we just need to add in the materials. So we're ready to add this one. So I'm gonna put clear and then change opacity and then make it dark. Okay, I'm also going to turn on HDRI. So environment, click here, enable backdrop HDRI, and then we could just go to details and then height offset this one. And then you could change the scale and then offset this one. And then you'll be able to rotate this one as well. So here under rotation, so depending on the view that you want, we could change it like that. And then after this, let's go to materials again, because we want to add a wood material, or maybe the metal material first for the aluminum mullions. I'm gonna use this one and then change the metalness so it's already there, but I'm going to change the color to dark or to black. And then we could just use this one for this. And then also what I'm gonna do is, because we have that one there already, I'm going to change the wood materials here. I'm gonna use the veneer wood material, and then I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. And then scale it a bit so that we could see the grooves. So that's perfect right there. In terms of the materials that we're gonna use here, for the stone, I'm gonna use this. And then for the wood again, for the door, I want it to be a little bit darker. So I'm going to use mahogany. Actually, I'm going to use ash first, and then I'm going to change this to mahogany so that it looks nicer. There we go. And then here I'm going to put oak. And then scale it a bit. So now it looks nicer that we have something that looks like that. And then here I want to change the material here. So instead of white, I'm gonna click here and change this to gray. So we have the contrast of white and gray here, and that looks really nice. Simple but really nice. And then here we just need to fix this one. And then now the grass part, we need to change the grass. Something maybe the grass number 4. Okay, and then for the man-made, we're gonna use concrete here. Okay, and then cobblestone here with grass. And then we're gonna use concrete road number 5 here. Scale it a bit. And then concrete 4 here. And cobblestone here. So that looks good. I'm happy with the design that we came up with. I'm going to change this a bit. Maybe light gray. To make it still look significant. And then here we need to change this material right here. So go to material and then neon. I'm going to change the frame to the same frame color right here, but we need neon for the light. And then because of that, as you can see, this one is lighting up nicely as well. Okay, and then after that, let's save this first. We're going to add vegetation. So I'm gonna populate vegetation here, place, and then we're going to paint or scatter instead so that it's easier. And then go to grass, and then we could change the grass. We're gonna put lawn, multiple lawns, so that it looks nice. and then select everything, and then scatter tool. And because everything is connected, as you can see, we have the grass right there. And then we could erase something that is not needed to be there. Something like here. So there we go. So cleaning up a little bit, but it's actually really nice because, as you can see, our cobblestone is with grass as well. Something to think about. And then we're going to add some vehicles. And then we could put it 180 degrees. And then change the color as well. And maybe we could add in some motorbikes as well. Here we have something that looks like that. Maybe add one more car. Maybe a sedan. Rotate this one a little bit, and that looks good right there. And then we're gonna place some trees. Let's scroll down a little bit more. I'm gonna use this. We can change the age here to make it look bigger. And then we could add this one. And then this one as well. Make sure to keep on saving it, just in case it crashes. And then actually, let's go to right here. Long pine. I think this is better to add around here. Okay, so it looks much better here. Okay. So that's good there. Maybe we could add one more, but smaller. So we change the age. Perfect there. And then maybe a small one. Maybe this one, we can add it here. It's actually too big. This one's too big as well. So I just want a perfect enough size just to add here on this part. Let's try this golden willow, and then we can actually, this one is good, perfect enough for this space right here. So I'm happy with that. There, and then maybe a small tree in front here. Yeah, I think that's good enough. And then we can add one more onto this side. Okay. And then of course we're going to add a bit more of these trees outside. So maybe this one. I want something that will be visible at the back. So this one, same thing. Let's increase the age and then add it for background design, and then here as well. Change the age. So that's perfect there. And then we can add in, so save it first. We can add in some houses. just gonna leave it like that. Move it somewhere like that, and we have the view right there. Perfect view. I'm going to decrease the size here, and then let's add in a house on this side. Let's put 90 degrees. And then lower it a bit. And then I want to add more trees onto this part. So by just adding those, as you can see, it looks much nicer now and more populated, even if we have those backgrounds there. So that makes a big difference when you're having a screenshot like this. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to import this from Revit to Twinmotion. We added all the materials. We added grass and then vehicles as well. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do next is to just increase the size of the lawn. So the lawn grass. So I'm just increasing it to make it look nice, and then everything is showing properly. So that's good right there. I'm happy with the way that looks. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add the lights, so that once we render this, it will pop up. So here's spotlight. I'm gonna add it right about here, so that looks good enough in the center, I believe. But after this, we need to change the temperature to something right like this, and then the intensity should be only 10, because once we render this, it will be too much. So I'm going to add this one every 1 meter, and then we have, I believe, 6 more. Perfect. And then we could select the last one right here and then add it. And then we count, there's 4, so we're gonna add 4 more at 1 meters. And then here we could select and then copy it, so that we don't need to create it anymore, and then we don't need to set all the settings and parameters. We just need to center it out to make it look nice. And then this one should be every 1000. and then this will be 3 more, and then select this one and then put it, hold on shift, every 1000 or 1000 as well. So that's good right there. I'm gonna pull one going down because we have the carport right here. We just need to put it into proper height and location, and then we're golden. I know this one we set it up at 1000 or 2000, so 2000 and then 4, or 2 meters and then 4, and then hold on to the last one. Actually, we need to delete this one, it's not included, so I'm gonna add 4, and then we're gonna put it at 2000 and then 2. So now everything is lit up and we don't need to worry about anything. Let's just add the one at the back so that everything looks nice. Even though it's in the back, it's still lit up and we don't need to worry about it. Okay, so now every 1000 and then maybe 5 more is needed, and then just select one, and then we're going to add here as well. And then 5, and that's good right there. What I want to do here is to add a spotlight, but different, so 180 degrees, and then pull it like that. It will look nicer with the view. So like that. Intensity to change it to 10, and then temperature. And then I'm gonna add this one here as well. So that it looks nicer. There we go. And then we could add this one right here. And then why not add it here as well? Good right there, no problem at all, and everything looks nice. So next thing we're gonna do is to save this first, and then we're going to add, so let's go to ambience, render. I want to click on path tracer just to see how it looks, and then put it low. and then click this again, and then click on lumen. So now once we check this, we'll be able to see how everything or the light bounces. And as you can see, this one really bounces nicely. It's not overpowering. Maybe at the background it's still overpowering, but that's something that we could change later on. So for here, for example, here, this lighting, we could change this. We could lower the intensity to maybe 20 only, but the color temperature is very important to make it look nice. So this one is affecting this, and then we need to know if this one was able to be similar to that. I'm gonna change this and then make it 20. So that looks good. I think everything is good now. I want to add curtain. So we need to add, let's check if we have curtain here. Sketchpad, curtain. I could use this one. And then this one as well. See this one first and how it moves. Looks like it's too big, but we could change it later on, but I want something that is ready already, that we could just scale up. This one I like. Because it looks nice enough that it's transparent. I'm gonna add it to my library so that I already have it, but we just need to scale it. To put 180 degrees to flip it, scale it a bit, I think that's good enough there. And then maybe this one. think we have one under user library. Curtain. And then we could just add something this one. And then here we could select this material right here. And then I want to make this material similar. So now it's transparent, so that looks good. And then we just need to change or to edit where we grab it. I think that's good. And then we could scale it a bit. And then let's put it and then put it at the back. I think what happened is I'm just gonna undo this. It's because I think I mistakenly add the material. Okay, so now I'm just going to add this one. Scale it. And then copy it to the top. think that's good enough there. So that everything is looking good. I'm happy with the way this one turned out. If we check the rendering, it looks like everything is lit up properly. I just want to add in more cars onto this side. That's much better. So now the way we're gonna finish it is we're going to create some media. So we're gonna set up the way this one looks. Go to ambience, we have the path tracer already. We're gonna change that later on. I want the camera and then the field of view. Set it to 90 first. And then here I want my first view to look like this. Okay. But we could set up the view now, the rendering to high, and then click on this one right here, and then I want this view afterwards. Add image and then focal, and then add the rendering. You want to make sure the quality is high, and then you can refresh. This one we want to make sure rendering as well. Let's turn on. And then we want another view, something like this. And then add another one. And then maybe one more. Let's add another one, but we could just turn it off first. Something right here. Refresh it, and then focal length. And then if you want, we can change the environment, weather, the fog. I don't want any fogs. I think that's perfect enough. And then here, I don't want any fog as well. Maybe 5 or 4. That's good enough. And then here as well. Then click finish there, or refresh there, and then we're gonna click media, and then we're gonna create video. So I want my video to start here and then going front. Let's put in 7 seconds. I wanted to add one more, and then rotation, leave it at 10, and then I want to showcase this going up. That will be 5 seconds. Then one more here. That's 7 seconds. I want just a quick front view like that. 4 seconds. Then here, another 4 seconds. And then going out. Six seconds. Here as well, going out. Six seconds. And then lastly here, going out. Six seconds. And then go back here, click here, duplicate it. You can rename this shorts, and then this one is show reel, and then here in shorts I want to change this to 00, 1000, and then 700 here. And then quick media, save it. And then go to export. After you finish saving, go to export, click the video, select all, scroll up to the image, select all. and then you can see that everything is with Path Tracer on and Lumion on. And then save it again before you click on export and then start export. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.